Hello, folks, and welcome back to twitch.tv/games with Nick. We are continuing our playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. So a reminder, if you missed out on the first stream, which is currently available to watch on Twitch, or if you're watching this on YouTube, was available last week. I actually do have a max level character. I'm actually all cut up with the MSQ content at the moment. But I was like, I haven't really played Realm Reborn in forever. So let's just get in and go through the whole journey again and actually read through all the cutscenes and pay attention to them so we remember what's happening. So far, we popped in Lim Silimitsa. We are an Arcanist at the moment. And we just got to know the people in the lower and middle Anaskia and, did some cool stuff for them. So, let's see. Where's my... I guess it doesn't show unless you actually click it here. Yeah, both quests asks us to go to Middle Lanoskia, so let's just go do that. No, I should I need to move Trans Gauge down here. And I put it in simple mode. Alright. Aetherite. Let's go to Middle Anoskia. So we're still in a spot where we're gonna do a bunch of side quests. I think by the time we reach level 20-ish, I'm gonna stop doing that and focus on the MSQ, because by that point, things should pick up enough steam that we should be able to get to max level without needing to grind. Oh shit, I should summon Carbuncle, huh? Alright, let's inspect the crates again. And you would be... not hiding in plain sight, that much is clear. I am not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. Your reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters, but I must admit I did not expect superficial performance against the enemies set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. As I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirled into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing often other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see. Taking into account your current level of ability, factoring in the etheric constant, multiplying the number of opponents, and applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios, oh dear! My calculations indicate failure upon encountering threat level 9,785. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. You're such a nerd. The opportune window to do so has passed. I would nevertheless introduce myself. I am Clea. Clea? Clea. Clea. Okay, let's go with Clea. Milvan's Gate as Assessor. Acting Guildmaster, Ubergeim elects me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. And why were you spying on me? Creep. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factor most influences your actions during battle? Simply what feels right. Aha! Just as I predicted. And I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an Arcanist of note is 90%. Give or take 0.5%. Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responded to my question in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster herself. Oh, himself. Wait. The Guildmaster is a man? Okay. Waller's credible leader is, I'm sure as you've heard, on an indefinite... Oh, the one that's gone, okay. On an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us his most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with Carbuncle. Master with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. We'll return directly to the guild. I believe Mistress Tubergeim is awaiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm out to the fields, of course. The tactics I reasoned at earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there is no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again, soon. Muttering under my breath. What a fucking weirdo. Alright. While we're at it, let's go to the farms to attune. One thing I do really like about 14 as opposed to other MMOs is how easy it is for you to teleport to places. And once you get to a certain point, like once you're really kicking the main story quest into gear, the cost is reasonable. Okay, I just need one more. Alright. Level 9. Actually look at the hunting log. The buzzard is in lower. Bogey's in the middle. And 2 more in lower. Everything seems to be in this overall Cedarwood area. Or the overall Summerford area, except for the very last thing. Okay, let's go attune the Aetheryte. Take the side quest. Summerford Farms bears the charge of the Admiral Settlement Initiative. We're rewarded handsomely to brave new frontiers. Yet if we fail to fulfill our part of the bargain, the grant will be withdrawn. In spite of this, the washed-up pirates like to laze their days anyway. There is still time. We only need to clear away the rocks and debris for the area to be deemed settled. If you're willing to help, you'll find a shovel-sided hut on the hillside. Monitoring stealth board, you can go in between Etherites. Yep. Yep. You can register a favorite destination. We're good for now. Get a shovel. Now let's talk to Still Worm. Rin. Still Worm. Ah, you must be the adventurer Bader on Promises and Long. Joanna Gwyn, wasn't it? He honored his words. That's a good start. I'm Still Worm, the old bastard, as Baderon likes to describe me. And this here's my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas. And if you're wondering why I employed these crags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship, like it did so many others, and I was sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merwin's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers work in the field seemed too fine an offer to refuse. This guy doesn't seem happy about it. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the seas, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. Ha ha. A lot of my blokes just never tipped attending the soil, you see. And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. Might as well equip it. Oh, and I should help these two. I meant to set you a task, Gwen, but before I do, I need to make sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with Dannies, you understand it. It might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped. Okay, well, I'm already equipped with good stuff, so we're good. Let's have a look at you, shall we? Oh-ho! As long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. Erstwhile buccaneers are an ordinary lot. They rage and laugh for the seas and care little for the laws of the land. But they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you have little trouble getting your attention. Yep. There we go. Ah, Gwen, that aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you all right. Sorry. I hope I've read you all right, for I have a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Might an adventurer be you? Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Lunsalaminsa, as if plucked from the face of Heidelin, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure-tattooed faces has been creeping up the edges of the fields and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone would be enjoying being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumor, come for their hides. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work suffering for it, which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. It is a struggle to get them to leave the farmhouse on the morning. That is, as they say, where do you come in? Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Sure. Good lass. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasoning Grotto. If reports are to be believed, or unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful though, Gwen. I wouldn't say for sure what matters of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, alright? Oh, you too.
Can't even rely on these rotten parrots to pick these ripe oranges. Yet if I leave them a day longer, they're likely to fall from the boughs. Maybe you can grab a few for me. You're not afraid of a pesky horn or two, are you?
Right, I don't have a mount yet. So our goal at the moment is just to get to level 10 and complete the level 10 class quest. So we can unlock the other classes. Maybe start looking into some crafting too. Tiller. Alright. And debris. Alright, so this we've settled. Let's get the oranges, and then we're gonna continue the main story quest. And one more over there. Oh. Oh. All right. Once I unlock a bunch of other jobs and the duty roulette, I might go in. What? I am confused. I see I should be going further down, but how do I? Oh, this way. I might be doing some work upstream. Oh, hello. My goal is to have one of each main kind of things, more or less current level. To have one tank, one melee DPS, one range DPS, and one healer. Part of the reason why I picked Arcanist as my starting class is that we get to work on both the range DPS and the healer at the same time. Done monument. You're about to enter an instance battle. Okay, yep. Yep, we've seen this before.
I am the waves that bear. I am the winds that guide. I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone.
It's our French Tola!
Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms. I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark.
Oh.
Or perhaps not. As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence. Nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
I sent something awry with this creature. Be on your guard. I will be Stilla. Surrendering does 48. And I got 2 of them and then it runs out. Okay. Oh. Man, I wish I had some sort of AoE attack, but that is not the case yet. Hey, we got it! We got a lot more spells too, oh god, okay. We're gonna have to figure things out.
Phew.
Hey, somebody drop a crystal here? The crystal's moving? Oh, this is trippy. One out of 6 something, I guess.
Hear, feel, think.
This is how the game started. That doesn't seem good.
Crystal bearer. I am Heidelin, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead. presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
Alright, I'll do my best to guess. That's a big one.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
Whee!
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Awake again, are we? Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back. I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion, piratical being the most probable.
Piratical.
In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether?
Have you heard of this woman named Heidelin?
I beg your pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't...
Also, what's with the weird tattoo on your neck? That's commitment, girl.
Well, well. This has been a day of unexpected revelations.
Has it?
I must continue my investigation. In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear. May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
I think she knows something she's not telling me, but... Using the action energy drain fills the ether flow gauge, which is required to perform certain actions. Trans gauge indicates the time remaining for ether charge. Okay, this is we already did. Okay. Well, let's go back to the HUD again. Hit this gauge. Make it simple. And, input stuff like this. No. Cancelled. Save. Close. Okay, yeah, we got synced there because we got to level 10, and the game was expecting us to be level 9, so they automatically reduced our level to match. Okay. Alright, all of our new shit. We need to start arranging our actions.
So we get sleep. Just crowd control. I don't know how useful it will be, but that's nice, I guess. Fester does damage with a potency of 340. Which is stronger than Ruin. It is immediate. Energy Drain deals unexpected damage to potency of 200 and activates Aether Flow 2. Oh, okay, I need Ether Flow to use Fester, and I get Ether Flow by doing the Energy Drain. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's start maybe rearranging some things. As much as it pains me to do so, let me remove these. Okay, so stuff we are not going to use a lot, we're going to put on the left side. As well as stuff that has to do with the ether gauge. I'm also going to put the cure on that side. And the summon. Alright, and now I need to switch to gauge 8, sure. But no, this should go here. Is it in action and trades? Yes. I want to put the mounts. Those are separate. Sprint. Sprint is the thing I'm missing. There we go. And mount roulette. And then I need to go into character configuration, hotbar. There we go. Yes. Let's save some money, let's just run there. No, I have no intention of actually doing the fate. Thank you very much. I do wonder, let me make one more change. I actually don't want to include the pet hotbar when cycling. No. That's not what I meant. I guess I don't have anything else on my main hotbars, which might be why they don't swap to it. I don't know. We'll see. I think they did a great job giving you lots of controls and lots of option when using a controller. There's just a lot of button combinations to account for. Look at those luscious oranges brimming with nectar. They could drop any second. There's some. Ah, wrapped to perfection. How sweet it is. If that Lacanese lot of retired pirates comes down with scurvy, it served him right. It just goes to show you can't teach an old sea dog new tricks. You'd think the Admiral would know that. Gwen! Right glad am I to see you safely returned. My lads were all gabbing about hearing what sounded like all seven hells breaking loose near the grotto and a fury sent to your death. If we're in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risk your life for naught. A blade pulled from the back of a creature who slid a cave, eh? Aye, I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. Sorry to think that these ruffians are pirates, come to lure my farmhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are they don't take kindly to your appearance on their doorstep and set a Madame Gobu on you. Aye, the pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. You met someone else at the grotto? A woman with a strange contraption? Ah, Stola! She's been in Limsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks, Gwen. If it weren't for the efforts of stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in far worse state than it is. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? I'll bring Limsa into the brighter future she deserves. I'll take a potion, not that I will ever use it. That sea slot's Severin and his lot. Never roundabout when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stairwind would like a word. And don't take no for an answer. Lanuski and orange nectar is sweet, but rest assured it's paid for in sweat. We have to pollinate each orange by hand because the blasted pucks that prey on the nearby bees. If only we could eradicate some 5-puck hatchlings, it would save us from having to do nature's work. Notice that he didn't even ask me to do anything. I'm just like, kill things. Got it. You've certainly proven you're not one to let obstacles stand in your path. If all these supposedly partying pirates were half as industrious as you. Expanding borders is all well and good, but the Admiral ought to know our rugged frontiers can't be settled by layabouts. Alright. Oh, now that I'm level 10, I should actually be able to hire a Chocobo Porter. Right? Yeah. It would be 15 gil to get to Limsa. And if I wanted to teleport, it would be a lot more. So we're gonna go and hire a porter. We can dismount these anytime we want. Alright. Thank you, little Chuck Chuck.
So now our focus is going to be Arcanist Guild. What level, by the way, is the main story quest for now? Oh, it's level 7, okay. We're gonna hop onto the Arcanist Guild, complete this quest, get the next quest, finish that, and then start grabbing a bunch of additional jobs.
Yes, everything seems to be in order. Relatively clear of blood and utter gore. That can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. Also had word from Clea regarding your performance. You seemed eager to continue your training. And not last, I'll admit, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed the instructions she offers, particularly that which touches on a diligent approach to our art. Did you perhaps notice the battle tome Clea carries? That initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanima has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategist guides your Arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help to broaden her own perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters for the moment. You have done well this day, Joanna. Continue your practice with Carbuncle as Clea has bit. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. This is worse, this is worse. This is better. But I'll probably just actually get the bracelet. Oh, damn. That was pointless. Okay, well. Yes, Joanna, the time for your next lesson is upon us. You are keeping well at rest, taking an occasional brisk walk. One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. Now, assuming you have been following Clea's instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in western Lanoskia. I think of Rosling and wild jackals. And yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis the perfect sample size. The first acts as a preliminary test case, the second to test your hypotheses, the third to perfect the tactics you've devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategy will consist of more than simply flinging ruin over and over again. You are not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought to reflect that. If you find yourself wanting for other approaches, consider an assault with ruin and tandem with attacks for your carbuncle. When timed appropriately, you can deal a crippling blow to your opponent. Oh man, Western Lanoskia? Really? Let me actually first go in lower and... We're looking for Nesting Buzzard, which is in Cedarwood, and Galago and Cave Bat, which are also there. Yeah, or well, does it make more sense to go to middle Anoskia? Honestly, it maybe makes more sense to go from middle and then turn to lower. We're closer to... This is where I would like to have my mount available already. But I think it's going to be a lot longer than I'd like for that to happen. More and more travelers pass through these gates, blooded and bruised each day, telling me that the Yarzans harry them into rogue. It pays me to do nothing, but we need every man we have just to hold the garrison. You would do us all a great service were you to thin the Yarzan population for us. If you could clear out, say, 3 of their nests, we'd all be in your debt. Yeah, we'll get to it. Oh, hello. I was just looking for you. Okay, so energy drain gives you 2 charges of Fester. Interesting to note. Well, this time we've dug ourselves into a hole well and truly. Stuck brimstone while shoveling through the mines, and now the rocks are rife with the reek of rotten eggs. The gas grew to be too much to bear. You need this clear earth crystal if you're to restore the earth and plug the leak properly. Just mind the sear-free clouds brought on by the brimstone. Okay, here are the Galagos. So we've got see the buzzards. They are in Cedarwood. This is for the lighting sprites are for later. I'm actually just look this up because some of them are actually out of the way, and you kind of have to keep up with your hunting log if you want to finish it. So, hunting log. There we go. Rank 1. The buzzards are at 3116. Okay, so straight ahead. Yep, there they are. I'm actually gonna save. Well, I'm pretty close. Let's do this quest that I already picked up, but I'm gonna save a couple of these and maybe do them later with some of the other classes I'll unlock. Since I'm a paladin in my main character, I'm gonna try to level up the gladiator. No, not the gladiator. Don't remember what the base class is called, but the one that turns into the warrior. Yes, Bloom. Yes, Bloom. Oh. And Gas Bloom. Two of them here, huh? Alright. Things been taken care of, boss. Ah, it's red fresh here. For many of the miners, a bit of brimstone is nothing to write home about, but I'm the one who has to write the letters when the gluttons choke to death down there. Press's metal command in the wake of the calamity will make us either rich or dead. Oh, I gotta go all the way to Western Lanuskia? Jesus Christ. Okay, well. Let's get going and talk to the either kill the Yarzans, or talk to pirates as we're going through. Oh boy, this is not what I expected these things to look like. And we can kill some of these hatchlings. Oh, I need to kill 5. I thought it was only 3. Ew. And you. Alright.
I am Severin. You the old man's errand girl now? Tell my dear old captain not to wet his britches all be along. Oh, and just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you're roding on and ride on out. He's totally the guy that's, well, maybe not kidnapping people, but that's causing trouble. Maybe kidnapping people too, you know? Are there people around here? Washed up. There should be slacking human near. Oh, there is one. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my silly days? Wanton slaughter. You bet your bosom I did, lass. Aye, those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axes to the trees. And then is there a guy just like, oh, right there. But so, Stillborn sent you, and what do you reckon I say to that? Work is for the weak and witless. Damn right! Didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners. I suppose I can see what he wants to get him off my back. Alright. This is a cool area. When I did my original character, because I knew I wanted to be a paladin, I started off as a gladiator, so was an Ulda, which is also nice, but it's a lot more of a desert. It's like your three starting area are desert, plain, forest. That's essentially the three things you have. And get this quest. Ah, for love of Lim Lane, not again. The letter is ripped to bloody shreds. No, there's not alright with me britches, you cheeky sod. It's the megalocrabs. They've been in the balloon envelopes so left out to drown the rocks. Those hellspawn snippers think they found a squid or something and sent to nibbling. Less balloons in the air means less cargo getting lifted, and that don't sit too well with me. You're looking for a quick job? How about you crack a few shells before you head off on your way? If you could put down 5 or 7 buggers, that ought to do for now. Oh, I guess. Alright. If you hit a little harder than things we've killed so far. Yeah, we need one more. Let's keep some juice in the tank for the last one.
Alright. Nope. We need to go this way. Oh hey, jackals. Nice. Level 12. Fuck's sake. So I can take care of this one with just my tools. And then for the last one, I'll put Ruby. I'm sorry, did it just... Oh no, Carbuncle is there. It just, Ruby ended. Alright. For a second I thought it had, like, killed Carbuncle, and I was like, what the fuck? That is that these enemies that have, like, the blue thing next to their name won't attack you until you actually attack them, whereas the ones with the red triangle will aggro you if you get too close. Alright. Let us get the Aetheryte done here and go back to the guild. Oh, maybe kill the lightning sprites first. Oh, there. Nice. So all I am missing for rank 1 are the pirates. Cool. Chocobo Porter. I don't know if you actually have to interact with them to unlock them in any way, but... Okay. Let me go to the Arcanist Guild.
Welcome back, Joanna. How did it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? Let us ride the wave of triumph onto an even more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training exercise will have you accompany Forcier Kaliha on one of her inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of Arcanima. Pray do not tarry, Joanna. Kaliha awaits you on the floor below with further details.
Timely appearance as expected. Shall we proceed directly to job at hand? I have been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan run by the Baldstocks family. Our agents suspect the beastmen merchants dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I've calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I've prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift into hostilities, but there's an important precondition you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. Though I'm considered gifted in the formation of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of the self-same strategies on the field of battle. Please keep this factor in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1345, otherwise known as Stratagem Focus Fire. You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and one by one the enemy will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory 95%. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of the cook pot in Middle Anoskia. I will depart immediately to assess the situation. Seek me out once you arrive. It's 145 gil. I feel poor right now, so we're gonna log it. Turn in the few quests that we have completed. Hey, why'd you stop? Ah, so you did for the Valkian. Every passer through owes you a debt of gratitude. Lathagran is a battle stronghold. One of the Maelstrom would defend themselves had they the means. Completely spread too thin, which is why the Yellow Jackets have been called in. But our numbers are hardly inexhaustible, and your help goes a long way towards preserving the peace. There we go. I never really cared about achievements in this game. Kind of hard to keep track of them for whatever reason. Whereas I'm obsessed with achievements in World of Warcraft. Anywho. Let's go do the quest first. Where are the pirates, by the way? 2016. Should actually be around here. Oh. Oh. I can't tell who I'm actually targeting. I think this guy is one. Well, you're kind of stealing my thunder there. Did that work? No, probably not. That's okay. Let's do the quest. I am Forcier Clea of Mealvan's Gate. I don't know why Mealvan's Gate I can't say. I think it's because I'm a fan of the Mistborn series, and there's a character there called Milan. So I look at that word, and my brain goes, Milan! And I'm like, no, Mealvan! 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 I'm Forcier Clea of Mealvan's Gate. Here to seize all transactions, surrender your goods over inspection. Nasty, sneaky peekers! Gobby's feet at planter nosy eyes on stabby iron. A predictably aggressive response. Very well, Joanna, remember what we discussed. Oh, so you leave me to do it? Cool. No, that's great, thank you. Hey, level up again. Oh god, there's more of them? Fuck's sake. I can easily guess what Resurrection does, so I don't need a guide for that. It's also not very applicable to my current predicament. Are we good? Your Comet Saw gives me an idea. Oh god, more. Oh, and now the battlefield is all mine? Oh, how nice. Thank you. So generous. But that's okay, we got this. Good? Hell yeah. Nicely done. Adaptation, improvisation. I might have been observing our beloved guildmaster himself in action. This was the perfect example of how the strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there is another question I would ask you. When it comes to improving on the probable success of strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses? Yeah... Weaknesses. Oh, again you responded as the Guildmaster once did. The must raise the probability for your potential to attain greatness to 97%. You're one to keep an eye on, that much is certain. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculations must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to Mistress Ubergein. Until we next meet. I shall bat here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take the peddlers into custody. My strategies will keep me company. Oh yeah, these jerks have respawn, so let's just get them down. Hell yeah! All rank 1 log has been completed. I will splurge. Back from the field, Joanna. Sorry. Back from the field, Joanna. Kaliha contacted me at a summary of events. He says you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident that you will be soon ready for a more ambitious assignment. Keep to your studies and maintain the razor edge of your mind. One last thing, Joanna. Considering the dedication you have shown towards your discipline, I decided to permit you to leave to explore the teachings offered by other guilds. I would suggest, however, that you first master the science of Arcanima. The strategic training you receive here will serve you no matter the path you eventually choose to walk. Return to me when your reason tells you the time is right. Alright. Finally. Would I rather do the gloves, the feet, or the armor? Probably the armor. I have now unlocked gear sets! Alright. And the world is now our oyster. And by the world, I do mean Limsa. Let's learn how to fish. Well, a well-wishing welcome to you, adventurer friends. You worked your way to the fisherman's bottom. When you want fish for just a day, you can call a culinarian, but we fishermen feast for life. I've set the bait. Think you're ready to bite? Yes. Hooray, hooray! It looks like we've got a live one. Let me walk you through the life of a fisherman, Limsa. Since we're surrounded by the seas, the fishing sites are a fisherman's delight. If you can't fish it here, you can't fish it anywhere. While some of us rope our fish in with rods and reels, others skim the seabed with nets for creepy crawling critters. You might say we cast a wide net. People prattle about our pullers just about everywhere in Limsa. And there's much and more I haven't mentioned. We shepherd the ships, preside over the ports, manage the mongers, and all while making sure not to leave any adventurers out to sea. I'll wager you prefer to work alone, so we'll start you off with the rod and reel. Now, you may not necessarily net the numbers net fishing yields, but pole fishing positively pulls prettier prizes. And that's the long and short of it. When you're ready for another bout of bait, I'll reel you in before the guildmaster. Spoken like a true bespoke fisherwoman. Well then, it's time you met the guild's master. Unfortunately, and somewhat ironically, our nefarious netmaster is out fishing at the moment. This moment and every moment, that is. So Sisyphus tends to the tasks that require tending to, such as deciding whether you'll sink or swim with our guild. Sisyphus presiding over those pools whenever you decide to say hello.
She might seem somewhat standoffish, but she's only keeping an eye out for sharks. Be yourself and you have nothing to worry about. Yes, say your breath. I heard every word between you and Mulika, so I know she told you my role here. As she said, Wawalago's supposed to be the Guildmaster, but apparently he has bigger fish to fry, so all his work falls to me. That includes making sure our new fish aren't selfish idiots or potential enemies. We've passed the first test by not laughing at an awful joke. Now you only need the right answer to the question. Are you prepared to fish like you've never fished before? Hell yeah! Well, you're smarter than the majority of bottom dwellers that find their way here. Welcome to the guild. Now, this wouldn't be much of a guild if we sent you out to sea with a pole and prayers. I suppose I can spare you a few perils of wisdom. Nevertheless, you're still going to need the pole and prayers, so I can at least provide you with a former. Here you go. 1 out of 2 isn't bad. I'll even threaten these lugworms since you're not going to get far without bait. The rods we bestow upon our new fish are precious objects, which is to say they don't cost anything. Once you know what you're doing, you'll probably want a proper one. In the meantime, let's see if you can figure out how to hold your pole. Right in the one I gave you, and your lessons can begin. Change your class to Fisher. Cast icon. Alright. Oh boy, I did not mean to be all naked like that. Sorry. There we go. No. Okay. Recommend here. Update. Switch back to fish. Get dressed. We are not here to be naked. Create a new one. You're looking quite formidable. Let's hope you don't scare all the fish away. Now, the first rule of fishing is to hold onto your rod. Take care of your rods, and your rod will take care of you. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you. Since you're new here, we're going to start small, and they don't come much smaller than anchovies. You'll find schools of anchovies swimming outside in Galadian Bay, so you can catch your meager supply without even walking 10 yawns. Anchovies are harmless cutting fish in the sea, making them an ideal first assignment. Simply bait a hook with some of the lugworms I gave you, dip it in the water, and the fish will practically catch themselves. Alright. Oh. No? Okay. Guest. Hey, I got an anchovy. That's 3. No, that's actually only 1.
that's 2. I think you're just gonna, you know, have luck. Three. Finger shrimp. Or, gotta be honest, not necessarily loving or finding particularly exciting this thing. What's chum? What does chum do? Reduces the amount of time for the next fish to bite. Okay. Oh, I'm still missing one. Nope. Oh, oh, I need to do this first. Come on, give me one last anchovy. I'm not asking for much. No, stop it! Why you hate me so? Give me an anchovy. There we go. Anchovies swim off every shore of Limso Mensa, so you can bring them back from anywhere you like, as long as it's not the fishmongers. Here, Chubby Chubby. Fair flock of fancy fish you've got, Giddy Guppy. Careful they don't slip out of sight. What? Wawalago? To what do we owe the pleasure? The Guildmasters got to get after the guppies, divvying up the daily drudgery, picking up a proper potable, and some such support and service. I never gets after the Guildmaster. We have books to balance, you know, books you should be balancing. I did my best to balance the books, but the bilge keel bent the bow back, bouncing the whole batch of the boat. That's not what... You know it was just an expression. But it's neither here nor there. So long as you keep at the bit, Joanna, our books will balance themselves. Don't let that go to your head, of course. Any beginner can snack some anchovies, but you'll need to experiment with different lures and explore new waters if you want to catch the big ones. Fundamentals are fine, but the fun is fishing for new finds. Like my uncle always said, fishing's like philandering. You never know what you'll catch. With those well-spoken words of wisdom, we will leave you to your wiles.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sold on the fishing at the moment. Well, if it ain't Joanna, you may have just taken up your rod, but anyone can see you got the keen eye of a fisherman, and I reckon you're looking to make that eye keener still. Bigger fish, more exactly the calls. Aye, that's what we seek, ain't it? And it just so happens I can tell you how to find them. You see, the Fisherman's Guild just finished constructing a vast boat equipped for voyages on the high sea. As far as I know, Captain Fordzigill is still looking for a band of fishermen adventurous enough to brave the deepest fish and haul them all. Think you've the stones for it, I'm sure he'll be glad to take you on. I smell that you haven't been neglecting your duties. A commendable attitude. No one's ever gotten worse at anything by practicing. No one I know, at least. Then again, you can't expect the same old tricks to work with new fish. Big ones don't grow to be that way, chasing everything that wiggles on a hook. To catch the fish you want, you must first know what the fish wants. Only once there are prizes at stake, you can tantalize and tempt your prey to taste the forbidden tackle. Anchovies may be willing to sell for lugworms, but herb or herring have a discerning palate that prefers pillbugs. But don't take my word for it, go and see for yourself. Pick up some pillbugs from, Siny Hill over West Stalker's Alley, and use them to catch 3 local herb or herring. Like anchovies, they can be caught right outside. Gives you a mind to return to the previous spot, you should know that the fish ain't as foolish as you might think. Keep casting your line in the same waters, and you'll find fewer folk will take the bait. Oof, okay. Let's move on to something else. There's not behind these convent doors for a worldly tab like you, Mrs. We're the beautiful sister of the Edelweiss. All pure and saintly-like. Now bugger off. Hang about. I thought you was just some simple errand lass, but now that I've had a proper look. You're Joanna, ain't ye? Hey, I knew it. We like to snitch all the rousing talent, and from what I hear, you're head and shoulders above the rest. If you can handle yourself half as well as they say, you might well be of use to us. Forget all that sister of the otherwise bollocks. That's just about a bit of fun to fob off the curious culls. We're guild of rogues, lass, and it's mainly our marks as does the praying. Me and mine work in the shadow of Limsa, taking a keen edge to the roots and cackers what have earned themselves a million. We don't tout for members, but every now and again we might offer a promising young cove a place in the ranks. If you have an interest to join us if you have an interest in joining us, tip up your daddles and we'll put your hilt in each one, just like the gods intended. What do you say, fancy learning a new trade? Yup. Good to see you're keen, but I should probably warn you in a few points before you dive in. Where most guilds take pride in turning their members into the best bloody candlestick workers they can be, we only care about getting the job done. And the job ain't pretty. You become one of us, and you'll soon be neck deep in scum and knife fights. If you're looking to scamper across rooftops and bilk dandies on their blunt, you'd best stick up with a different crew. Think on that and come back if you're still keen. I am. I didn't scare you off then, Benny. It told me you was a meddlesome lass, and so it's proof. You need every ounce to that metal soon enough. Now step inside and have a prattle with Jake, who's our upright man, the master of the guild. Yeah. What's up, Jake? Jake. I'm gonna go with Jake. I'm the one they call Jake. Don't surprise you heard of me. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me your name, along with that of the kindly cove has told you mine. The guy just outside told me to come in. The famous Joanna. Old Lonnie Laughpatch let you in, did he? He can't throw a blade for shite, but that one-eyed miss not when it comes to sizing up a Dimber Morthford Stalin. Just one thing, you ain't a pirate, are ye? Well then, it's time you was stalled to the rogue. Put on your best beater cases and I'll swear you in myself when you're ready. Now, I could fill your waddles with the storied history of our guild, but that's just wits and wind. The most important thing, The only thing we care about is getting the job done. Now, most folk, and I'm assuming you're among them, know that not long after Limsa's founding, the city was overrun by a motley collection of pirates and thieves. But as wild as the lot were, it soon became clear that they all ended up killing each other if they didn't lay down a few rules. An unspoken code of conduct, as it were. 1. You don't bite the purses of your fellow Leminson. 2. You don't work a crew out of their spoils. 3. You don't trade calls like it was chattel. I'll admit the finer points of the code are mighty murky, but must agree on the 3, at least. Now you might be thinking not of that amounts to the second Dilberries, not the Admiral's outlawed piracy, but in the back alleys and black markets where merwebs grip it so tight, the code's still alive and well. And just as the law is enforced by the Yellow Jackets, the code is regulated by us rogues. We go where the shadows are darkest, and hand out justice to them as break the code. Some rum-soaked cove steals goods from the wrong call, and we steal them back. That's the job, my natty lass. Of course, we don't hop the twig when blade work's called, neither. You'll see there's more to Daggerblade than just sticking calls up with a pointy end. We'll weaken a mark with poison, fade away and strike into dark mans, wherever it takes to get the work done. Well, Jenna, what do you say to that? Got the guts to do a rogue's job? Hell yeah. Alright then. First off, we'll have to get your kit sorted out. A rogue needs to be light on her dew beaters to stay on the mark's trail. The job might have if you fight across the deck of weaving through a mob, and the last thing you want is a bleeding great battle axe that hooks itself on the rope and post. That's why we stick to daggers. They'll let you slip through the streets just as easily as they slip through a rook's ribs. Here, take these stabbers and let's see how you look on you. Just don't get so excited with your new toys that you forget to dress for the role. You'd be surprised how many colts come back to me in their bloody small clothes. I get that. Alright. Rogue. Armor bonus.
Just the burden of leveling multiple disciplines of war and magic classes, an experience point bonus known as the armor bonus is added when slaying enemies and participating in fates. Bonus grows large to greater discrepancy between your current level and the level of your highest class. Use this as an advantage when deciding when and how to raise secondary classes. Manage to strap those daggers on without cutting yourself? Well, we're off to a good start, I'd say. Next, you'll want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your new weapons. I reckon those bleeding cheats in the field inside limbs would serve you for your first lesson. Aye, test your blades on a few of them lamps and slice up some rats and pugils for good measures. Mind that you mill them beasties one at a time, though, lass. I know you've served far worse in the past, but you're no dimber-damber with them stabbers just yet. I literally only have one attack. Let me also remove the shit. Alright, next up. There's nothing in lower. Oh, that's how we could get to the alt efficiency. But in the upper... there's the Marauders Guild and the Culinarians Guild, and we're going to learn both of those. And also the Blacksmith's Guild. Okay, Blacksmith, a lot more interesting to me personally, but... okay. Before we go through this whole process one more time, let me just sit here for a second while I go use the restroom. We'll be back in a second. Alright. You know, okay. Let's first at least finish the very first quest of the rogues. So we are looking at middle. Yeah, everything's in middle. Let's finish the very first quest as a rogue before we get another class. Okay, what does Shapeshift do? It's basically, again, a shield. It's functionally the same exact spell as the thing that Carbuncle casts on me, just with a larger cooldown, it looks like. Okay, we've killed the lamps. This is where we find, yeah. Oh, we've unlocked the first combo. Nice. Essentially, putting some actions after others will increase the potency of some of them. So if we were just to do Gust Slash just once, they would only do a potency of 100. But if we do Gust Slash after Spinning Edge, the potency is multiplied by 2.5 times. So. Let's get to the Aetheryte. Oh. Sorry, just chewing something. Done with your millinery. You can never have enough blade practice, lass. In fact, I'll even add a list of marks to your hunting log. Put yourself against the lot, and you'll soon learn some new steps for your dance with the daggers. Aye, you must think of yourself as a dancer, not a bleeding butcher. You only need so much force to ram a short blade into the hilt. Precision and speed. That's how you get most of your stabbers. Bulky armor will only have you plodding about like an ungainly aurochs, so make sure you're wearing gear that lets you move freely as well. Alright,
Get your blade work up to scratch, Joanna. I might just have a job for ye. Oh, so close.
Alright. Now we can go back to the Marauders Guild. And get the Marauder class. Hello there, adventurer. Curious about the Marauders Guild, are ye? NEX word wielding needs 2 hands on the haft and it has a blade but can chop clean through a galley's mast. That's the kind of weapon our members trained to use with deceptive swiftness and brutal force. If you're in mind to make the Marauders Art your life's work, then our guild welcomes you with open arms. What say ye, lass? Keen to join the ranks? Well then, here's a bit of guild history so you know what you're getting into. They'll start with ships, you see. What have ships got to do with axes, you ask? Well, building them will be pretty bloody difficult with a sturdy tool to lop down trees with timber. And since only the navigator herself knows when a ship will run afoul of a storm or worse, it makes sense for the crew's carpenter to carry an axe on board. But any tool on a ship can become a weapon, and the axe is perfect for hooking yourself over the rail of an enemy vessel, letting loose in a whirl of steel, and generally laying waste a la Bachi. As more seafarers took up the axe as their weapon of choice, so did the bloody art and the marauder began to take shape, especially among pirates where strength and skill decided your place in the world. With an eye to assembling crews or battle-ready raiders, the pirates started teaching the proper way to wield the chopping blade to their new recruits, and that's how the Marauders Guild first came to be. After the Galadian Accord was signed, though, the Marauders Guild was never the same. It was taken over, restructured, purged of inspired elements. It had been reborn as an institution dedicated to naught but the teaching of axe fighting. The members of this new Marauder Guild were no greed-driven cutthroats neither. They were warriors who had sought to use their martial prowess for the good of society. Still keen, are ye? Think it over and let me know if you decide to join our ranks. Yes. You've decided then, you're ready to join the Marauders Guild? Alright then, all that needs doing is speak with the Axe Master himself. Sounds simple? I've seen folks slink out the door and then put themselves in the path of this unnerving glare. That's the bloke right there in the middle of the room. Warren Zone is his name. Put some steel in your spine and look him straight in the eye when you talk to him, lass. Good fortune to ye. I'm curious, yeah, I guess Gladiator and Marauder are the only 2 initial tank jobs. Dark Knight unlocks later when we beat the first game. Gunbreaker unlocks even later when you get to level 60, I think. Is there... Ah, shit, we might need to do physical range DPS and magical range DPS separately if you want to have everything. I guess I don't have New Game Plus here, but I think of it, that might be the case. So I might need to level 4 classes anyway. Yes, I am Warnzone. Axe Master, they call me. Not the most imaginative of titles, I agree, but one should not underestimate the value of directness. I welcome your interest in our guild. The art of the Marauder is used to rend, to cleave, and to destroy. It is not our way to simply outfight our adversaries, we seek to overwhelm them. A Marauder must be the most powerful and enduring presence on the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated. Our role in combat is that of a steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. No doubt the question has already been put to you by Blothota, but once more I shall challenge your commitment. Are you prepared for the bloody carnage that awaits an initiate of the Marauders Guild? Hell yeah. Look at me. Do I not cause fear in my enemies' hearts? Do you see the stare? Come on, man. Very well. Your name? Attend me well, then, Joanna. Hold fast in this moment of dedication. The path of the Marauder is a jagged and perilous one. The blood that spills at your feet will oftentimes be your own. I present to you this axe as a symbol of your commitment. Your first lesson shall be how to hold it. Now grip the haft with both hands and set yourself in a solid stance. Huh, doesn't have to level up my rogue, that's funny. Aye, you got a striking figure, Joanna. But heroic poison is unlikely to cut a swath through your enemies. You stand now as a student of the axe. Let us waste no time in testing the edge of your chosen weapon. You shall wade straightway into combat as befits a novice of your discipline. Go for it and slay the bleeding, scaring, crawling past the plaguey outskirts of Limsa. Whilst lambs, wharf rats, and little ladybugs will be your peachiest adversaries these days. Return to me once 3 of each creature have fallen to your blade. Out of curiosity... Can I put gear sets? Yeah! Okay. Nice. Let's go kill more of these things. Remove these pointless things, which we've already had. Okay, no further skill at level 2. Let's go kill some of these lamps. Because we need to, and they're good for our fates. Okay, we got our combo going, which is nice. Alright. Let's go back in. You know, I'm actually really enjoying reading through all of the quest text out loud because it forces me to actually read through it instead of skimming through it or just being like... That's something I've recently done. Again, I've been playing through the most recent content, and I've been doing the most recent raid, and I was like, I don't care about any of the story. I'm just gonna skip the cutscenes and get to the fights. You return to me a different woman. Already your face shows a harder cast, a realization of the slaughter of which you're capable. But there is much training to be done before you will wield the axe to its fullest potential. Learn well your lessons, build your strength, and make of each swing an instinctive act. Every blow of your weapon will clear another step towards the mastery of the Marauder way. Implacable, relentless, such must be your momentum on both the practice grounds and the battlefield. Joanna, you approach me with a Marauder strides, determined, unswerving, and bereft of the hesitation that marked our first meeting. I am pleased. The time has come for you to begin a new stage in your training. Now, what sets the axe aside from the Gladius or the dagger? It is the raw, unstoppable destruction wrought by its thick, heavy blade. And that overwhelming power can only be properly directed by extraordinary physical strength. Thus we come to the core of today's lesson. Such strength as a Marauder must possess is developed through a traditional method passed down through the generations of the guild. A method that you, too, shall be taught to employ. Present yourself to Groen Bar in the practice area downstairs, and it shall instruct you further. What's up, bro? The ex-master told me you'd be on your way. My name's Rambar. It's good to meet a new Marauder. Now, we axe-wielders build strength and control by splitting boulders. That's right. Our traditional method involves smashing a rock with your axe. But you can't just use any old swing. You need to hit the rock just so. Rodgheim, fellow Marauder, is waiting just outside the Zephyr Gate by the bridge over the Rogue River. She'll tell you how it's done. Cool. Let me, quickly change to Rogue. Get the next level quest of this one, too. Because you move in more or less the same areas for all these quests, so... Hello there, Joanna. I must say you're looking comfortable enough with the stabbers of yours. I reckon you're good and ready for your first assignment. Ordinarily, I'd still me wits and let you go on with your work, but seeing as we only just dragged you into the shadows, there might be a couple things what you ain't familiar with. Let's build on what you likely do know. That's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her soul, has outlawed piracy in Lim-Solominsa. So, why do you think there's still so many sodden pirates in this town? I'll tell you why. It's because there's still one way for them to live and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need to do is apply to serve the Thalassocracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas till the all goats come home, so long as he only targets vessels that belong to the Garland Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, that's plenty of looting to go around. Crews fill their holds with Imperial plunder, then sold back here to Limsa to offload the spoils, and that's where this particular case went sour. See, this one crew got their fumbles on a Magitech device, a firing mechanism to be precise, but was rooked out of their hull by some heavy-handed coves. If you recall, that don't sit well with the code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his due, then you'd best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. Ah, and speaking of visiting rogues, underfoot! Over here, lad! I want the pair of you working together on this. Pass sentence on them code-defined rooks and buy back the Magitech part. Hey! What's the laws need me for? You're in charge of your recruits, ain't he? It's Joanna's first assignment. You're to go along and give her the benefit of your wisdom. Since when was I in charge of you? Bugger it. So I guess we're to be partners for the now. The name's Perimu Harumu, but most fellows call me on the foot. You might seem a touch reluctant, but Perimu's one of our best. You just do as he says and you'll get the job done. Alright. Tell me all about it, Perimu. Alright then, me young rogue. Seeing as this is your first official outing, I want to be sure your damn staffs are up to the task. But them short blades seem to be getting good and close to the mark, aye? But we ain't bleeding swads in shining armor, and the lighter kit we wear ain't much protection from a click to the gan. See, if you don't fancy spilt in blood and teeth, your best defense is simply not being there when your mark winds up to land a nasty clout. Sliding around to a flank usually does the trick, but there's some rum fun every rogue should master. The sheet shift. Clear your mind and thrust in your speed, and you can leave an axe-wielding brute or spell-flinging mage chasing your shadows while you bury your stabbers in his guts. Right, now it's time to put this lesson into practice against some of the Zorellian out in Lower Lanoskia. Hope you was paying attention last, because those tentacles can pack a wallop. Enjoy. Alright. Wait, can I actually... No, there's supposed to be both to take me places here. Alright, so... Yeah, we should probably go lower first to do this one. And you know, I gotta say, I'm starting to see the point of fates that I'm trying to level a handful of jobs at once. Oh, hey, here's the Aurelius. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, I knew. I knew it. I had a feeling Aurelia would be on the hit list of the Marauders, too. Ooh, Berserk. Oh, nice. It's a cooldown, but nice. You know, I'm gonna actually put... my... Well, my hunting logs up here? Oh, right, I need to go here and move the characters here. I'll move actions and traits. Oh, I see. It does make sense to have that. Maybe I'll just put the hunting logs separately for each profession so that I can recognize them. 7, swap 1 of the hunting log. Alright, the wild dodos are in lower. And the cave bats and the galago. Go up towards Cedarwood. Now, what about for the Marauder? Bee Cloud in middle, Wild Dodo in lower. Oh, most of his stuff is actually in middle. So when I see the dodos, I have to do it, but I should switch back to the rogue. Oh, here are the dodos. Alright, switch. Switch. One more. Switch back to this guy, go kill some bats, and some mandragoras. I'm having a surprising good time juggling between classes. Maybe it's because I have already completed the main story quest, so I don't feel the pressure to... Oh, already finished it. But we still got the bats. And the other stuff is in middle. Lower... Oh, and the galagos too, actually. Well, they're outside on the other side. And all of this is to, again, bide our time until we actually unlock the first dungeon. And then when I'm gonna level up people in parallel by just doing leveling roulettes and shit like that. Ooh, second wind. I bet it's a heal. Oh, it's actually a roll thing? Yep. Restores up to up a bunch of HP. Alright, this guy's in middle, right? Yeah, okay. Let's go. Where did we find this dustman? Must be some quest or something. We're looking for, actually, I should look these up. Rogue hunting log. To 23-21 for the Fisher. Oh, it should actually be nearby. I want to do the Fade first, I think. I won't say no to killing this bee cloud, though. Oh man, Fit is done. That guy took over. Or the time ran out. Alright, so 23-21 is roughly on the opposite side over there. We're just fighting a bunch of bees with a giant axe. Punk hatchling. Oh, I see some goblins right there in the distance. Yep, there they are. I don't know why I'm just killing a whole bunch of goblins, but I guess that's what I do? Oh, I need only one. Alright. Ooh, yes please. And this is great! I have to kill these for my log too. Fantastic. Love it. Oh, another fellow marauder, I see. Oh, we just learned Rampart. It is something that's common to all tanks that lets you... Sweet. Alright, let's go do the class quest. Let me put Rampart over here, because that's a cooldown that we really don't need to use often. It's only bogies and wounded aurochs and the grounded raiders and the megalith crabs. Great, lass! Ready to split some stone, are ye? I've got 3 nice hard rocks for you to build up a sweat on. Don't try nothing fancy now, just hit them with a good solid heavy swing. Oh, heavy swing. I thought it was good, but no, it's literally the name of an ability. Alright, what next? That's the way to do it, lass. Now that you've got the idea, why don't you have him at a little harder with that heavy swing of yours? Hold nothing back. This seems like a dumb way to practice my things, but... I can see you're a natural. Your head's still ringing with the sound of cracking boulders. Take yourself back to X-Master Wernzone and let him know you're ready for something harder. Alright, before I do that... I don't know. I guess I... Interesting, it's not letting me switch. I'll do this by hand. Rogue needs the pirates and the crabs, and that's it. Alright, so I can focus on finding the bogies and the aurochs. Marauder hunting log. Boogie is at 2019, so he went by. Okay, let's first kill these. Just grab the guy attacking me, thank you. Oh god. Things are getting a little out of hand. First time in this game I've actually ever needed to use a potion. Oh, buddy. That was something. Okay, now we switch to Rogue and we do the same thing. But at least the Rogue can heal. The tricky part is that we don't really have a way of aggroing people from afar. Okay, come over here. Nope. I'm bailing. Can't climb that. Something seems wrong with this fate. Though I am no expert. This would have been a much easier way to get the skills, but hey. Is this worth it? You know, I honestly I don't know, but we're here. And fates are traditionally something I never really got into, so... Couple more people dead, we should be good. There you go. Alright, so switch back to... Why am I still in combat? Oh, because they're running away. Come on, Diagro. Jerks. Alright, so... Wounded Aurochs. They said those are at 1817. We need to go a little further. Okay, let's avoid the pirates. Bad enough the friggin' pirates. Where are the Wounded Aurochs? Why is there a level 50 monster? Oh no. $18.17. This would be clear. It's where there's the fate currently. Oh, yeah, here they are. Let me try this bull. Also, I did aggro it, so... Ugh, no. My weapon is, I don't think, good enough. Well, we're not doing enough damage here. Let's bail. We do, after all, have a very beginning axe, so... The bogey, we're at 2019, so this is the correct height. Just need to increase our X value. Beat Cloud, Mandragora. Mandragora. Wait. 2019. To go further down, but a little further east. Oh, maybe they're inside the grotto? Yeah, yeah, yeah. go do the fishing quest. That's what it is, right? Out to dry. Oh no, it's a different kind of thing. In that case... Nope.
As a training, listen to your muscles and focus your mind, Joanna. An urgent request for help has arrived from the Red Rooster Stead, and I have chosen you to respond. It appears a group of hostile megalocrabs has unwittingly elected itself to be the next test of your prowess. As this is your first outing on the official Marauder duty, you shall be accompanied by a veteran conjurer by the name of Sulkweb. She awaits you on the floor below. May devastation follow in your wake.
Makes sense, don't want you to have a healer. Hi, Joanna, I know who you are. My brother often has me escort his fledgling marauders on more dangerous tasks. I suppose Wernzone expects me to give you the details, then. Very well. Seems the farmers need us to clear a megalocrab nest near the Morning Widow in Lower Lanoskia. I shall trust you to find your way there, just don't forget your axe. Go back here. Switch to our rogue alter ego. Done with your practice then? Seeing them tentacle buggers will teach you to stay on your toes, eh? Now that you've got your blood rushing, I'd say it's time to get down to work. First things first, we need to track down them added covers what ripped that Magitech gadget. Might be as one of our rogues has heard something. The guild thrives on information, you see, and we have agents scattered far and wide with their gazes keen and their wattles to the ground. Let's pay us a visit to Eatol One at the Drowning Wench. Ask her for a weak ale, see what she gets you. I'm not setting you up for a laugh, lass, trust me. Alright. If I switch to this, I do have better gear. Oh, it's because it's level based, right? As soon as I had level 5, I could equip the level 5 gear. That was better suited. Okay, so back to the Aft Castle. Nope, wrong direction. This way. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. What's your pleasure, miss? Can I get a weak ale? Never in all my days. We may serve some cheap grog in a wench, but not that was watered down. If our usual ale is too bold for your taste, maybe you'd like to order from the underground menu? Aye, there's quite a lot on offer for a customer with your roguish charms. Was there something in particular I could help you with? Ah, the trouble over that magic loot? 'Twas not a subtle job.
The gang in question is an unusual group of former pirates calling themselves the Dainty Demolishers. They may seem enamored with the core dandy mannerisms and have a preference for seizing Garlean machinery. They're also known for conspiring with goblins. Rumor says that the Demolishers visited Beastmen camp in Middle Anaskia to fence their goods. And those goods generally take the form of Imperial technology. I imagine the goblins were rather pleased to take possession of a Mark 43 anti-aircraft cannon firing mechanism. You need to steal the device back, then your trail leads to the goblin camp in Summerford. Summerford, eh? On your way, lass. Meet me across the river from the camp and we'll plan our next move. Alright. Actually, before we go do either of those things, let's become an armorer. Which probably only will make sense if we can also learn how to prospect stuff, but hey. Time of hammering bringing you down from the street, did it, lass? It's well that you find the din inviting, for the Armorer's Guild is not the place for the quiet reverie. The clangor of metal striking metal is music to your ears, mayhap you've the spirit of a shipwright. Are you of mind to join our guild? Take it from me, lass, there is no greater joy than working a shapeless lump of iron into a shining breastplate with your own hands. What say you, then? Well said, lass. Now we should cover a bit of guild history before forging ahead with the formalities. The armorer's craft is an offshoot of blacksmith. Time was when armorers and smithies were one and the same. But as the years trickled by, the technique for working sheet metal into armor plates became a specialized trade, and the smithies who showed uncommon skill and passion for this trade earned themselves the title of armorer. Now, as you can probably imagine, the skills necessary for making armor are also needed for shipbuilding. But building ships is a bit harder than knocking out simple helms, which led those armorers who were good enough to work on boats to become the title of shipwright. Of course, it was one thing calling armorers blacksmith and shipwright armorers, but it was quite another calling shipwrights blacksmith, because building a ship and making a hatchet couldn't be more different. It seemed as though a line needed drawing, and seeing how Limsa was built on the strength of her navy, you can imagine why the armorer chose to cut their ties with the smithies and establish a guild of their own. As for the smithies, well, the whole notion of an independent armorer's guild never did sit well with them, and there's been a fair old rivalry between our two factions ever since. Always trying to outdo each other, we are. Which is why we're on the lookout for new talent to help us keep the smithy bastards in their place. All you need to do is pressure the Forge Master and we can start on your training. Be warned, Forge Master Nanza's tongue could strip the scales off a fish back at 40 paces. Saying that, you won't find a fairer mistress this side of the Strait of Marathor. Let me know when you've mustered the courage to speak with her and I'll see the rest. In these hallowed halls, Limsa's finest found metal and overhandled tools and weapons, and when I say Limsa's, I mean the whole bloody realms. Make no mistake, you need more than a big arm to join our ranks. But you've got iron in your veins and the builder's blessing, speak up. Hey, well, you're not short of confidence. But do you truly know what you're getting into yourself here, lass? Ours is a trade born of blood and brine. For as long as pirates have sailed the Ratanos, smithies have forged their weapons and fitted out their ships from keel to cannon. Of course, till sea swallows all ain't just an idle saying. Brown will eat through even the stoutest iron given time, and our forebears long struggled to forge even more rust-resistant alloys. Lucky for us, the smithies of Eld were a determined bunch and clever too. So when they learned that the kobolds knew something about advanced metallurgy, the smithies set out to make their own. Thanks to the kobolds' wisdom, which the journalists gifted us with only the merest hint of pirately prompting, Leviance and smithing came on leaps and bounds. It wasn't long before the Gradients and Oldens started eyeing our knowledge like we did our kobolds do, and so some 150-odd years ago, two particularly forward-thinking men named Theor Naldic and Bryce Vimeli had the bright idea of establishing a respectable business. Being fair-minded fellows that sell their wares to anyone who had the coin, pirates and foreigners included. And when folks weren't inclined to pay, they'd make sure to remind them we had completely forsaken our pirate ways. Times have changed though, and we're a wee bit more willing to share our wisdom these days. The company's been running the Blacksmith and Armorer's Guild for years now, welcoming any soul with the necessary talent and will to work. As to whether we've got enough of either, well, that's for the Forge Master to decide. Speak to me when we're ready to present himself to him. Since they're two separate guilds, aren't they? Yeah. Ha, that's the spirit. If it take any longer to decide, I'd have told you to bugger off no matter what you said. Can't have half-arsed adventurers wasting Forge Master's Rithael's precious time, see? He's got a lot of irons in the fire. That's why me and the other lads make a point of keeping idlers, imbeciles, and the otherwise unqualified from getting in his way. Any road, it's time you went and paid respects to the man. He's the one over yonder making a face like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Ready to join the armors. Okay. It's no empty towel, by the way. Nance is a renowned shipwright and one of the finest crafters in Linsolomensa. Head outside and you'll find her blistering the skin of our newest initiates. About time Ren will send a new recruit. It's been too long. I'm Brithael, Forge Master of the Blacksmith's Guild. If you are aiming to become smithy worth the name, it would be my great pleasure to educate you on the finer points of the craft. Oh, the rest of these sour-faced bastards tell you it's hard-grueling work fit for only the best and brightest, plus you put a hammer in the hands of the willing and see what happens. What'd you say then last? Will you swing a hammer for old Brithael? Yes. Ha! I knew I liked you the moment I set eyes on you. What'd you say your name was again? Joanna Gwyn. A name fit for a hero if I ever heard one. In fact, I reckon I did hear it in a Bart song once. Was it that poor sot's cursing in his cups and wench? Don't matter if we're saving the word of cuckolding your husband. It's time to forge stuff in your reputation, pound out a new legend. And you can trust old Brithael to help you do it. But there you go, putting the cart before the chocobo. Here, lass, take this crossbeam hammer. Made without a hammer is like me without a drink, bloody useless. Well, don't just stand there gawping at it. Take it in your hands, have a few practice swings, whatever you fancy. She's all yours now. What would I wouldn't give to be you right now, lass? Smitty never forgets his first hammer. Alright. Now, that there's a beautiful sight. Never forget, Smitty's hammer is her one true love. Friends will betray you, lovers will leave you, but your hammer will never do you no wrong. God, seeing you standing there reminds me of Lassail Sutton, more lady-shaped version of the younger self. But on to your task. We in a congregation of stout-handed scholarlies here. Smitty is to learn by doing it. Try your hand to making a bronze ingot. And it's Smitty where her salt's got to master fundamentals, and you can't get more fundamental than that. It ain't complicated. Bronze is just copper and tin melted down and mixed together. So you'll be needing... Aye, that's it. Copper and tin ore. And seeing as most folk don't carry stuff like that around them without reason, Smid Aram outside can provide you with some, for a price that is. What the lad can't sell you though is the fire shard you'll need. Aye, it ain't complicated, but it don't mean it's easy. You need to meld the metals after all, and to do that you need to get them hotter than the bombard's backside. That's all there is to it. Think you can handle it, lass? Alright, yeah, we got a crafting log. Wait, who was able to sell them to us? What'd she say? No. It's a Smiderm. Whatever you call it, Smiderm. No. Smitherm. There you are. Oh, this is my first shop, I guess, huh? Oh, actually, that's a good point. How much do I need? I need 2 copper, 1 tin.
Crafting is similar to battle in that various actions are used to proceed. Synthesis to achieve 100% progress before material durability reaches 0. Okay. Alright. Remember, to make a bronze ingot, all I need is copper, tin, and a fire shard. Medium can sell you the ore, but you have to find a shard on your own. Of course, I'm telling you on the assumption that you've still the job. If you've done it already, show us your work for God's sakes. Aha, you're alright, lass. Better than that ever, even. Sure you ain't done this before? Cause honestly, this ain't what I expect from an adventurer fresh off the street. I think you might be a bleeding natural, lass. Takes just the right balance of metals to produce bronze suitable for weapons and tools. But the ingot you've made me, lass, it's on par with them as veterans produce. You can take this down to Hawker's Isle and find a buyer in no time. Pure guts watching over you, ain't no doubt about it. You've got talent, lass, but don't let it get to your head. I've seen plenty of folk get drunk on early success only to puke their guts later because they forgot the talents were bugger without all hard work and dedication. So I tell you what, keep it simple for now, lass. Practice the fundamentals so you can smelt bronze in your sleep. When you've gained the kind of confidence that only comes from experience, come back and I'll teach you something new. It's probably going to take us a while for that to actually work. Because I don't want to just buy the material. I guess I could, because they're cheap, but I just don't want to. Not an aspiring armorer, are you? Welcome, I am Hananza, Furnish Master of this guild. I take it Guanako has explained to you the history and nature of our craft? Good, I have little to add to that front this. The life of an armorer is not an easy one. Day after day, you will pit flesh and blood against iron and flame, and without passion on the forge, you will fail. But passion alone will not make an armorer of you. To truly master this craft, you must be possessed of the will as unyielding as the metals you work. Knowing what lies before you, have you the fortitude to persevere? Yes. Ah, see, you have no fear of hard work. That as well, consider your request to join the guild approved. But if you ever give me aught less than your best, you will be at the door before you realize my boot is connected to your backside. Are we clear on that? Good. Now that we understand each other, let's begin with the basics. What is your name? Joanna? Very well, Joanna. This tool is called a doming hammer. Here, grip it firmly, note its weight. Let me know when you feel comfortable with it in your hand. I'll tell you if you're holding it properly. Alright. Ah, yes, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were an armorer, Joanna. Of course, I do know better. Until you craft something with that hammer of yours, you look like a babe with a rowel to me. And I have no intention of mothering you. Make no mistake, I mean to shape you into an artisan, however hard I have to pound. Save your sweat for the forge, lass. I don't expect you to fashion full suits of plate on your first day. Just pay close attention to my instructions, be diligent in your work, and the skill will come in due time. Now let's be about your first lesson, shall we? I want you to take up your hammer and make of me a bronze ingot. A mundane task I grant you, but one which every armorer must master. Bronze, you see, is the most basic material of the craft, and bronze ingots are its building blocks. This is not the strongest of alloy, of course, but it has this very quality to make bronze so easy to shape, and the metal of choice for a novice armorer. Forge your ingot, you need to procure 2 chunks of copper or chunks of tin, a nice shard. Yep, okay. Let's go. Actually, did they take my bronze ingot? Yeah, they did. I do have a bunch of copper ore though, so I really just need the tin.
Nice.
Alright.
Complete your first task, have you? Well, let's have a look at the Sin God. So this is the sort of quality you can expect from you, is it? For a Novus Armor, this is excellent work. Excellent. Well done, Joanna. Key to making good bronze is judging the ratio of copper to tin. With too much tin, the alloy becomes harder but also more brittle. Not the sort of material you want protecting your vital organs. Lest you forget, quality is a matter of life and death in our craft. That is why we teach our initiates the ideal metallurgical composition of every item we forge. Not that all are quick to learn. There are some who seem destined to produce mediocre results however painstakingly the processes are explained. Thank the builder you're not one of them. I'm pleased to say your ingot would fetch a decent price in the markets. But do not let this first success make you complacent. A single bad helm will lose you more trust than 100 good ones will win, because bad armor means dead men. It is not enough that your work be good, it must need to be consistently good. Achieving that consistency requires discipline and long hours of crafting the same items over and over again and again. For you, this means a mountain of bronze ingots. Bronze ingots in your dreams. Bronze ingots until the process is so ingrained that you wake up and find your pillow is an ingot you made in your sleep. When you feel you have learned all you can from forging bronze ingots, seek me out and we'll find you something else to craft. May the builder guide your hand, Joanna.
Alright. With that... We're gonna take a quick break and do the last one of these that we can currently access. So I will see you all in a couple of minutes. Alright. Time to turn into a cook as well. Beg your pardons, good madam, but this is the Culinarians Guild. If you're here to dine in the Bismarck, one of our waiters will be along shortly to show you to your... Oh, you're not a patron? Well, I assume then you wish to become a Culinarian. If so, I wholeheartedly recommend you join the Culinarians Guild, where one may learn the culinary arts under the finest chefs in all the realm. What say you? Yes. Wonderful. Then without further ado, I shall acquaint you with the history of our guild. As you are doubtlessly aware, Limsa has long been the gastronomic capital of Eorzea. The city's rich culinary tradition is the product of a unique combination of factors. The first is our proximity to the fertile lands and plentiful seas of Vilbrand, which have ever yielded bounteous produce. The second is our standing as the realm's foremost trading port, which grants us access to not only to exotic ingredients from faraway shores, but also to foreign merchants versed in their use. We are, in short, the beneficiaries of culinary knowledge from every corner of the world. Until recently, knowledge of this kind was passed on solely through word of mouth, and was therefore susceptible to corruption and loss. But that all changed when one man made it his mission to catalog every recipe of note. His name was Admiral Gwalskif Baldwazen, also known as Mass Cleaver. The man's love of fine cuisine was such that, at sea, he would regularly spend as much time preparing meals in the galley as giving commands on the bridge. It was none other than he who founded the Culinarians Guild and codified cooking methodology. Today, the guild carries on Baldwazen's legacy. The scope of our endeavors is expanded significantly. Not content with simply preserving existing recipe, we labor tirelessly to devise wholly novel culinary creations with which to delight the senses. To this end, our doors are open to folk from all walks of life, including adventurers such as your good self. One may liken the guild to a great pot of stew, and each member to an ingredient imparting a unique flavor. As with every dish, however, adding ingredients willy-nilly is certainly to spoil the taste. Before you may take your place in the pot, you must be deemed a worthwhile addition by the guild master Limsa, a man whose passion for cookery burns hotter than any other. Before troubling him, I must warn you that ours is a truly sweltering kitchen. As such, you would be well advised to ask yourself, can I stand the heat? If you earnestly believe you can, speak to me once more and I shall be glad to guide you through the enrollment process. Wonderful, then you must speak to Guildmaster Linksath at once. This will come to no surprise, but he's the finest chef in Limsa. His skill and dedication are second to none. You will find the Guildmaster up the stairs yonder, keeping a watchful eye on his charges. Impress upon him your desire to learn, and he will surely find a place for you in his stew, by which I mean his guild. Well, my adventurer, I think you want to join our guild. Let's have a good look at you then. Ah, what's another fed whelp like you know about cooking? Judging by them scrawny arms of yours, you'd struggle to lift a spoon, never mind a skillet. I just. I don't take muscle to be a culinarian. Else, it didn't even take talent, at least not on its own. No, lass, more than anything else, becoming a good cook boils down to passion. If you got that, there's nothing you can't achieve. So tell me, have you got it? Yes. That's the spirit. Aye, your passion for the culinary arts is plain to see. And you'll be needing every bit of it if you want to become a master culinarian. Why, if master was a 12-course dinner, I'd hardly have finished the soup. Make no mistake, our trains are stuff as old mutton, and passion is the only thing what gets us through the grisly bits. But enough talk, what do you call yourself? Well then, joiner, welcome to the guild. To mark the occasion, I present you with your very own skillet. Ain't much to look at, but it'll more than serve a novice like yourself. Now then, let's see what you can tell which hand's which. I know I said you'd struggle to lift a spoon, but you won me over. Now show me you can hold a skillet, and I'll get you started on your first task. Skillet. Recommended gear. I guess the only physical range DPS you can currently access is the Archer, huh? Because Machinist is actually a Heaven's Sword job, Dancer is a Shadowbringer's job. Thaumaturge is what leads to Black Mage. Okay. I see you're holding the skill the right way around. Good. Culinarian lives and dies by its utensils. Get that into your head before you do any odd else, or your food will taste like shite and taste worse. Look like shite and taste worse. Let's see what you can do. For starters, I want you to make me maple syrup using your skillet. Recipe's as simple as they come. You don't need two things. Maple sap and a far shard. Jealousy sells sap over at the guild counter. Now time's a wasting, so get to work. Alright. Wait, let me actually check first. See, the thing I don't understand is how you can tell. I guess when it says craftable 0, that's probably when you can tell, oh, this is what I need. Okay. So I need just 1 maple sap. Yeah, it's a craftable 1. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've done the same thing before, so. Oh, the 7 hells you're waiting for. I told you to make me maple syrup, didn't I? The maple syrup's ready, is it? About bloody time. Let's see how it tasted. Oh ho, this ain't bad. Flavor's alright. Consistency's nearly there. It's sure to damn side better than a lot of novices manage. As you probably know, maple syrup is one of the most popular sweeteners around and a key ingredient in all manners of cakes and treats. What you probably didn't know is that boiling the stuff gets you maple sugar, a different sweetener with different uses. Just goes to show even the simplest ingredients can have its hidden complexities. I said earlier that the culinarian lives and dies by its utensils. Well, that's just the half of it. He also needs to know his ingredients, and that's something that only comes with experience. Keep your nose on the stove and report back when you're wrapped for another task. Anything else I can craft? I'll make one of these. That's all I have for craftables, but that's enough to get me to the next quest. You're having a good time, Joanna. Just so happens I need your help with something. One of our chefs buggered up an order a bit ago, and he's been down in the dumps ever since. Ingram, his name is it. Joined the guild a few moons before he did. Sherman lad, but don't take failure too well. Any road, we can't have him crying into a soup. Please have a good seasoning, see? So I want you to try and cheer him up. And not like a good meal to take a man's mind off its many failings. And that's a bit of a grilled tragedy trick, just one of his favorites. Aye, if he was to cook him a plate of that, I reckon he'd find the experience highly motivated. Main ingredient Princess Strat can be had at the eye line. As for Ingram, you'll find him working in the kitchens. Prepare the dish and take it to him. Happy grilling. What does he mean about where I can find the trout? must probably buy a Princess Trout. Is that what he's saying? This is getting too complex for my taste. I did get a new action too, though. Basic touch, which increases quality. Alright. Let me update this, switch back to, go to the journal. Hide these for, no, this I want to keep. But hide the culinarian one for now. Alright, so with all of this, what do we do? 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 Megala crab nest. Lower Lanoskia. Okay, let's go lower then. This is the Axe in the Stone, which I believe is the Marauder rival. Yes, okay.
Like as if nobody home. Maybe they knew we were coming. Aid! I need aid! Please, it's my grandson. Them snippers have got him. I told Singer not to get too close. I told him. Get that weapon ready, Joanna. We need to move now. Well, I hope this will count for credit, so I don't have to kill them properly. These guys are creepy. Oh, bugger and shite! Get away from me, you blood-grid bastard! Here, crab, have a look at my ample bosom. And now have a taste of my ox. I guess they're trying to teach you about staying close to healers and that shit.
I've said this before, I will say it again. Why are you not aggroing me, dude? I guess she's meant to take care of them and I'm meant to take care of the baby ones. Let's do that now. Hey, level 10. Oh, Brumbar is here too. Nice. I can't use Defiance yet because they're forcing my level to stay synced to 9. Hell yes. Easy peasy. Thank you, miss. I thought I was dead for sure. I can't even play outside no more. What with all these scary monsters about? Me mind me that. They was both killed by some nasty bugger not so long ago. On Aurochs big as a mountain. But I bet you could beat it. Aye, make it pay for what you did to me folks. You take it easy now, son. There's a whole guild full of strapping lads and lasses like Joanna here who will be glad to do just that. All you need to do is head home with your grandpa. Let us worry about that big, nasty bugger. Consider your first duty a success, Joanna. It's time you head back as well before Warren Zone begins to where I've left your corpse for the crabs. So what's this new thing we learned? Oh, we learned 2 things. Overpower is our first AoE. And Defiance is the taunt. Okay. Or, well, not even taunt. Okay, also. Pod. Oh man, we're gonna have to do this for every single one of them, huh? Symbol indicates the defensive status Defiance is in effect. It increases enmity. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's pointless for me at this point. Gosh, what do I want to do? I don't want to go to the Marauders Guild. I want to go do the Rogue. Fastest way to do that is to go back to the city and then come out of middle instead of lower. And we're switching quite a lot right now because I kind of want to get, again, multiple jobs started right. And I think what I'm gonna do is I might finish the level 10 quests for both of these other 2 jobs. And then switch back to Arcanist and carry Arcanist out. And at some point it's like, I just want to, you know, unlock more duties in the roulette. And then off-stream, just keep leveling the other jobs that way. So we need, it's actually probably until level 15 or so until we find our first dungeon. Get your noggin down, Joanna. I've been snilching the action across the way there. No sign of the demolishers, but I'd see one of them gambler coves stuffing the Garland gadget into his backpack. I knew Atel One would steer us alright. This is your chance, lass. Cloud the Gamber gobble and grab the little dead device. I lost track of which gobble it was, but I'm thinking it's the sun on the left. Just make sure you dance away from any bomb blasts. Twisting and dodging in the middle of the fireball might not save you from getting your eyebrows singed off. Oh, already got him. Nice. That's the way, lass. There was naught for me to do but sit on my dettles and watch. So you've got the goods, then? Aye, this is the device, ain't no mistaken. Let's get back to the guild, eh? We still owe them Demolisher Bastards a million, but it'll keep for now. Here, you should be the one to deliver the press to Jack. It was your hand what snatched it out of the goblin's paws, after all. Is there really no instance fight? Captain, I say! Some fiend has perpetrated violence upon our goblin colleagues while we sought but to wet our throats with fine libations. This will not stand, Captain. Our finely flint shrew has been pilfered from under our noses. Blasted butter! My blood boils and bubbles at the temerity of this affront. I know not the identity of these audacious buffoons, but I shall be made to pay and pay dearly. With me, my fine fellows! Huzzah! Okay, I thought that was weird. Oh no, I should go back to the Rogues Guild. Okay. Alright. Fisherman's Guild. Yes, I am looking to get inside. Managed to grovel that firing mechanism yet, Joanna? Ah, still in one piece too. You've done well for your first assignment, lass. It don't look like much, but that crew put their lives on the line to cloy this here bauble. They'll be pleased to see it snatched back from the rough mats. We've yet to do for the dainty demolisher, Jack. The job ain't over. You're right, Underfoot, it ain't. You break the code, you face the consequences. Oh ho, this is not at all what we expected from the inside of a convent. And who might you be, sirs? Ha ha ha, your ignorance is understandable. After all, our schemes are always perfect, our heists impeccable. Shall I reveal our infamous name and drink in your delicious terror?
We are the deadly, dastardly, and dictionally devilish quail before dainty demolishers. Yeah, we're not impressed. Captain, I say, there's the lass who misappropriated our merchandise. I concur, she's the self-same simpleton whom we trailed unnoticed at this very establishment. Surprise, surprise! Now, my dear dandies, let us not be unpleasant. We should endeavor to resolve this distastefulness without resorting to insults or other less diplomatic methods. At least not yet. You there. Yes, the clean-cheeked errand boy. Be a good fellow and fetch me your superior. One of you colleagues has committed a terrible crime against us, and we shall not be leaving until the proper restitution has been paid. Oh ho, an errand boy now, am I? Tell me, Captain, just what kind of place do you think this is, then? This place? Well, I suppose it's just a matter of a convent. The one-eyed doorman named it the dutiful sister of the Edelweiss or some such. And you've yet to realize your mistake? Your fate was sealed the moment you dragged your sorry quarren across the threshold. Are you threatening me, boy? I'll have my fellows cut out that impudent tongue. We've exhausted our reserves of dainty today, lads. Show these fraudulent sisters how the demolishers deal with upstarts. You still don't understand, do ye? There are but three sorts of cults what the Dormans let pass. Clients, recruits. God spit! I'll kill you all. Oh boy. Didn't your mom teach you not to interrupt the lady when she's talking? You never learned that the third sort of call is bollocks for brains mark but marches himself right into the rogue's den. Rogues? But we were so careful! I'd heard tales of my pirate days, story about the merciless raids who uphold the code. They weren't called rogues back then, though. The upright thieves they were, the knives in the shadows. You can't be them, you're just trying to scare me. Well, the captain of the dainty demolishers is not so easily cowed. To the hells with your deceptions. Huzzah! Huzzah for my fallen comrades! Oh man, they don't even give me the pleasure of killing him, huh? Deceptions? Aye, anyone you meet can be a rogue. Captain, even a clean-cheeked errand boy. He's still breathing. Find some rope and string him up someplace in town. And now the job's done. What an introduction you had there, eh? Welcome to Insolvence's ever-churning underbelly, where thieves shed their skins and became rogues. Well, not much for discussing the old days, but since it's come up, I might as well clear up the confusion. It was back when piracy was at its peak. The coves that would protect the code were dimber-dammers, the best lads and lasses to be had from among the pirate crews. They bid back the goods what was wrongly bitten, and came from the guilty under cover of dark myths. Upright thief became the title for these codes what dealt in sanctioned stealing and milling. But it was only those as had cut all ties with the buccaneers' life that was accepted into the ranks, conflicting loyalties and all that. They formed their own guild and even their own way of speaking, and what was once pirates was pirates no more. Later on, when Merle Whip took the admiral's chair, the upright thieves agreed to abide by our laws. We became the Rogues Guild to mark change and altered our recruiting policy to accept adventurers like yourself. Though the title is different, the job remains the same. Uphold the code and preserve the underground society what spawned us. Just as you've done with the assignment. Keep up the good work, Joanna, and you'll go far in the shadows. Yeah, let's get that. It's probably the best one. Oh wait, let's see first what we learned.
We learned 2 new things. We've learned hide. Which is used out of combat. Okay. Makes it easier to get around, I guess. And leg sweep is a stun. I would put the roll actions on that side. And stuff that has to be used outside of combat too. Fun day to you, Joanna. And a fine day it is for a spot of work, wouldn't you agree? This time around, it seems some eager buccaneers scampered aboard a local merchantman and made off with a shipment of muskets. Now, seeing as it ain't lawful to deploy from a Leminson vessel to begin with, so Yellow Jackets fell upon them daft cloves before their boots was even dry. Aye, they caught the pirates right there on the docks, but the stolen boomsticks was nowhere to be found. Fancying the longboat deal, I'm thinking. This one our guild was officially contracted to retrieve the goods, which weren't really needful since the code would have had us on the job anyway. You don't bite the purses of your fellow Minsons and all that. So this is your assignment, me natty lass. Find out where the weapons went and buy that shipment back. Soon as the cutters has hit that merchantman already rotten in irons, you needn't rush with your stabbers a stabbing. We want this job handled quick and quiet, and have the perfect partner to show you how it's done. Oh, it's her. This here is Cab the Straight, another rogue who can match her in the arts of skulking. A pleasure. There's some problem with Cab? You seem to be out of sorts. I'm bloody starving. I had one of them finger sandwiches set aside. You know, those egg-filled tasties made of the Bismarck. But when I got that from New York, it was bloody gone. There was the Cabs. I thought it was underfoot's. Well, you just settle the job and I'll see if I can turn out the missing sandwich by the time you return. Alright, Jack. Oh, one little detail you should know. The muskets was meant for the Yellow Jacket's armory, so once all is Bob, you can hand the goods to one of the culls directly. We can start whenever you're ready, Joanna. I have a colleague keeping a wattle out for aught that might help us, so I suggest you have a few wits with her first. You'll find her at the High Line, posing as a fishmonger. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's just, that's the place, okay. So this means I can actually do this trout thing again. Yeah, let's stay in character for now. So I want to go this way. And to switch, and very briefly turn into a culinarian, I need one Princess Trout. Increasing items quality makes it improve. Crafting points. Yeah, let's try doing this thing. Hey, okay. Got a high quality item out of it. Better stats, while high quality materials used in synthesis will sometimes yield better results. Sadly, they cannot be stacked, though. Alright. Back to my roguish self. Hello there, miss. We've carp and trout, lobster and shrimp, but I hear tell you've been looking for a special breed of fish. Long, shiny kind and what Sparkle put a block on his arse. We don't sell that kind here, but you can try them foreign merchants. What was they called again? Ah, the Traders of Edge. They hail from the South Sea Isles and are known for dealing in the types of all nasty spitters and cutters. I should warn ye, these folks ain't one for questioning the source of their merchandise. In fact, they seem more than happy to pay for goods what came from below decks, so to speak. But if you're keen to get your hands on one of those rare fish, then you'd best hurry. The edge merchant what's visiting Limsa is looking to load up and leave the city before long. Just how he means to transport his goods remains a mystery, though. But with all the hired blades he's got nursed in his operation, makes it hard for a girl to get close enough to eyeball the competition it does. I'll be sure to keep an eye peeled on your behalf, but it might as be you can learn a little more from the folk around town. That was a horrible accent. Traders of Edge, eh? If one other merchant has been staying in the city, then someone will know something to point us in the right direction. The trick is to listen without being seen. You'd be surprised at how culls will cackle when they think no one else is about. We focus on places we see plenty of traffic. We can have the Bismarck, the Ferry Docks, and East Docker's Alley. I'll try me like a few other spots and meet me in front of the guild when I'm done. Remember, keep hidden, keep quiet, and keep your wattles open. Oh, it's a way to have you practice your hiding skill. So this is read by the Culinarians. Paradox is by the Fishmongers. And then East Docker's Alley, of course. Oh, I probably went out the wrong way. It actually would have probably been faster to just teleport there, but oh well. No, I'm probably gonna be inside for it to work. What am I supposed to... Use hide to gather information at the Bismarck. Devin Dev appears distressed over some matter. Approach her while cloaked by your hide ability and attempt to hear her, eavesdrop her. Okay. Having enough is grumbling and discontent. Ugh, the sneer on the customer's face. Does he think I can command skill to cook more swiftly just to meet his pressing departure schedule? I don't know how things are done in the South Seas, but here in Limsa folk appreciate that fine cuisine cannot be rushed. Come now, Dove, you must not speak ill of the patrons. Now, what was next on my list? Another finger sandwich for the dutiful sister. Someone there must be rather fond of eggs. Indeed, they are. And I'll switch my hat. What is this? The grilled trout for me? Well, yes, I am quite fond of the dish, but what have I done to deserve it? The guildmaster thought it would cheer me up, you say? Well, meaning there may be, food is not the solution to every woe. But come, let us see your handiwork. It is my duty as your senior to give you counsel, after all. Surely not. You made this? Truly, the aroma. It's delightful. And the skin, ever so slightly charred, just as it should be. Oh, save me, the thought of sinking my teeth into the crispy layer and tasting the tender flesh beneath. Oh, Beg pardons. As I was saying, this is quite impressive. In fact, not even the guildmaster would be able to fault it. Trust me, I know. But I don't understand it. You've been here scarcely long enough to learn syrup making, yet you're already capable of this? You know how long it took me to achieve the same? 6 bleeding moons! Gods, am I so utterly devoid of talent? No, I will not be outdone by Baron Novus. I refuse to be outdone. My apologies. Thank you for the trap, and would have you accept this knife from me. Use it in conjunction with your skill, and your cooking experience will be much enhanced. Do not mistake it for a gift. It is payment for the trap, nothing more. Besides, it would give me no pleasure to get the better of a woman who wasn't properly equipped. Now, leave me be. I have stock to take. Alright. Alright. We have got one new action, which is restores durability by 30. Oh, okay. It is expensive, but it means you can use more basic touch and be more likely to get a higher quality item. That's cool. Okay. Now that we're done with this cook business, let's get back to being a rogue. And go to the Fisherman's Guild. Going south, popping high. Where Nasa appears distraught, friction with cloak, put your hide ability and attempt to eavesdrop on mumbling. Nasa's mumbling anxiously to himself. Curse my sense of duty. Would that I had stayed at the wench for that extra pint instead of returning early. I didn't ask to see anyone being bribed. It's certainly not my relief pilot. I wonder what the merchant was about. Smuggling? Most likely. Should I report this to the Yellow Jackets? What if I'm being washed? I could end up face down in the harbor. Oof, poor guy. Okay, now let's port back to the plaza. That's not the direction that I expected East Talker's Alley to be.
Alright. Geralt was speaking in a little bit lively tone to a nearby customer. You have quite an eye for quality, sir. We have a splendid range of product produced from every corner of Eorzea, but one simply cannot visit Limsa Lominsa without sampling some of the local specialties. Would you care for some freshly squeezed Lanoski and orange juice, or perhaps our famed salt cod is more to your taste? Okay. He doesn't know objection. Back to the Rogues Guild. Welcome back, Jenna. I hope your skulking went well. You might be an angel of death with the daggers, Dove, but any rogue what shuns the shadows is headed for an early grave. A sneaky Mordkin knows about without risking a scrap or slip herself into the best position to ambush a mark. Once they've seen you, though, your rum fun is done. Adding a spark and cinnamon and part distraction, and you won't be disappearing on a cove what already knows you're there. Alright, I'm done prattling. What did you manage to learn about our musket-buying merchant friend? Sipping coin to a fair pot, was he? And but what he heard from that chef at the Bismarck, the trader must mean to up the twig, and soon. That matches with my own findings. He's vacated the rooms at the inn and paid his dues in full. Being a merchant, we can be sure he won't be living without his merchandise, so here's the plan. We'll wait for him to stack his goods on the pier, then you ghost and grab them firearms. Maybe we can get the job done quiet and under cover of dark mans, but it never hurt to be prepared for the worst. Sounds like he's got a small army of seltzers on the payroll. Alright. Duty commenced. Spotted the market into the pier. Sneak over there and lighten his load. Really just get to walk by? That's impressive. You're not supposed to be here. I thought I ordered my hirelings to keep this jetty clear. 1, 2, 3. There's one missing. Buckraned muskets is gone! Thief! Stop her, you useless sluggards! What am I paying you for? You know, I enjoyed that this quest didn't ask me to leave Limsa because it was much faster to be completed. This way. I'm gonna follow the path of the Hargoons. Boy, that's a lot of them. I'll just wait for him to move down again. There you go. Let's not risk it. Hello, officer. I'll get some stolen merchandise right here. So now back to Rogue's Guild, I guess? It turned hairy, didn't it, Dove? Once you reached the Yellow Jacket door, the merchant called out his blades. Wasn't enough to got his loss, so I'll give him that. Let's say we're all done here. Let's head inside and tell Jack the bad news. I heard the sound of fighting coming from outside, and now I've whittled the cause of it. I thought we were aiming for a subtle on the chub. How many swats was there? But you got the Yellow Jackets what they wanted, so that's all that ends well, eh? You're on your way to becoming a first-class rogue, Joanna. Aye, the job didn't unfold exactly as planned, but do you see the value of keeping it out of sight? Skulking might seem slow, but it can save you time, and a fair amount of bleeding in the long run. Speaking of unexpected developments, I've a bit of bad news for you, Keb. I searched high and low, but it seems some principal cove is after sandwich. There were not but crumbs to be found. No, my sandwich! It was a Bismarck special. Do you know how much I was looking forward to that meal? My bell's about ready to cave in on itself. This is a tragedy of the ice hoarder, love. And you know I can't bear to see me rogues in such distress. So I gave Underfoot a special assignment. He should be back any moment now. With a freshly made Bismarck special finger sandwich. You did it for me. You're not japing with me, are you, Jackie? This ain't no japing matter. It's the Guildmaster's responsibility to see all of his coves or Morits are their best for the job. Ah, Jack, there you are. I've got your sandwich you ordered. And then a chef gave me a waddleful when I said we was in a hurry. Maybe next time you could think twice before you yaffle a fellow rogues sub. Oh, bollocks. Jack? Did you eat my supper? Now, lass, let's not be hasty. There's a fresh new sandwich right here for you. No harm done, eh? If Cloyd's something would belong to me, Jack, and I can't ignore the code. Aye, the code. We must ignore the code. You're having a laugh, aren't you, lass? Lass? Arr!
That might be the swiftest string up I've ever seen. Punishment to fit the crime. Take a good long look, Joanna. God exists to preserve peace in Limsa, to keep the alleys from running red with blood. The city's me home, and I'll drew daggers on any cove full enough to threaten that peace. Appointed lesson. Let's sit inside, eh? Your sandwich will get cold. Hey! Do you mean to leave me here all night? At least give me a grand view of the harbor. God's fist, these ropes are tight. And now we find ourselves indebted to the Rogues Guild. The Rogues Guild. The impropriety of it all. Would that I could see them occupying a cell next to the thieving pirates. Okay, let's go in. Actually made me hungry for a sandwich myself. Ow. Them ropes will leave a chafe mark for a bleeding week. I may have wriggled myself free, but that's the last time I'll let me belly do the thinking. And just think, it kind of stung me up over an egg sandwich. The scoves went well and truly stomp on the code, get it far worse. Give up your training class, and you'll soon be handing out rogue justice yourself. The bracers would actually do the most difference. I can't wear them yet, but they will do the most difference. Alright. Swapping out for the Marauder. Let's go finish that quest. So, you've shattered the shells of the megalo crabs and saved the life of a child in the bargain. This does our valiant craft prove its merit. Well done, Joanna. Though no longer a threat to the farmers, you should know that it is unusual for such crafts to be found near the stead. By all accounts, the creatures were ousted from their usual feeding grounds by a more fierce beast. The beast in which I speak is a known terror of the lands of Lanaskia, ever seeking to expand its territory. And the boy's parents were but two of the many victims to fall to its rampages. It is a threat that must be dealt with ere long. Do thoughts of vengeance fill through your mind, Joanna? Nurture these urges, but do not act upon them. This monstrosity is far beyond your present skills. If you would answer the lad's cry for revenge, then you must grow stronger. Become the raging behemoth this challenge demands. Biggest improvement is the cuirass. Except I'm not wearing it? I guess somehow... Oh, it's because of its item level. That's why. Joanna, I've gathered what information I could concerning the beast that young Sigurd bade you slay. The tales named this creature Kujata. Those who have witnessed Kujata in terrifying flesh also calls him the stampeding mountain, such as his immense size and bulk. Again, I will not seek to dissuade you from claiming vengeance for the boy's parents. In fact, I encourage it. But to topple this lumbering colossus, you must first become his equal in strength and ferocity. As a single step towards a distant goal, I send you to blind iron mines. We have word that folk are falling prey to the claws of local Golagos. It is your task to protect the weak from these unruly creatures. Learn to channel the rage inside you and let your axe blade sing in righteous slaughter. Alright, I mean, I already killed him, but sure, I guess I'll go do it again. It's actually faster if I go from middle. And give me actually a quick second.
What do I want to eat? Does sound good. Or hmm. No, I think I want a burger tonight. Why don't I do this? Alright. I've ordered some very yummy dinners for myself, so when it gets here, we will cut off the stream, take a break of like half an hour or something, and then maybe come back for some more, because I do enjoy playing, and it's also a way for me to not think about work and what's waiting for me this week at work, so yeah. Let's just dive balls deep into Final Fantasy XIV again. Why not? Okay, so it's not the dodos we need to kill. It's these. Yeah. That was a waste of an AoE because the guy just died. Alright, let's go back. But like, for real, dude, you don't need to send me on a quest to kill some things from my hunting log. I'm on top of that. But yeah, I think we're gonna finish the stream by
completing this quest and maybe completing the two fishing quests. And then when we pick it back up, we'll do some more. We'll switch back to Arcanus for, you know, a good while. And continue the main story quest for a little bit. Because I would like to unlock the other two main cities. So that we can have the other jobs in our back pocket. Maybe actually start leveling the archer job too. I will actually check after I stop streaming if I need to have a range, physical DPS as well as a ranged magic DPS as two separate classes that I'm leveling or not, but if I do, then we might level that one up a little bit too. Welcome back, Joanna. Your actions have saved many from needless injury and anguish. But though your efforts are to be commended, yet there is much work to be done. Ujata, the object of your vengeance, has trampled a farmer's wagon as he thundered through the lands of Tiller's Rest. The foodstuffs spilled from the overturned wain have attracted all manner of hungry predators. Without produce for the market, the farmers will surely suffer for coin this season. Your duty is clear. Put down these rapacious scavengers and preserve the cargo. Okay, where are we going? Okay. Actually, no. If you want me to head over there, I will switch back to the Fisher. So what are the two fishing quests I have to do? Paradox near the Arcanist Guild. And Free Harbor Herrings, you have to use pill bugs. No, I don't. How do I get pill bugs? Have I been given pill bugs? No. I think they said they were in Hawker's Alley? Let's see, Fieldcraft Supplies, Buttercraft Supplies, Vendors, Diemonger, Materia Melder. Battlecraft Supply, Jeweler. Maybe you just sell them, right? Spellbugs, spellbugs, spellbugs. Where the fuck do I get pill bugs from? What was it? What's it called? Bigger fish to fry. To 612. Fieldcraft, this is what it is. Items, maybe? Yes. Well, let's, purchase, I don't know, 10. Alright, and while we're here... Well, let me actually fish. Ocean Cloud. I'll try it 3 times. If I don't get one here, I'll go back in front of the fisher. Ooh, that's 2 exclamation marks. Harbor herring, okay. We got sneak, so it's easier for us to do things. We get chum. Okay. Let me, by the way, remove these. I don't need these at all. Alright, 2 more. Nope. So by the way, they have, it's funny. I don't know why they're not using actual imperial systems, because ilms, ounces, and whatever they call pounds, those are clear. Oh, yalms, right? Inches, ounces, yards, you know, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? But whatever. Oh, daring soul come to join our crew, eh? To let me be the first to welcome you to the Endeavor. Now, this ain't your regular fishing boat. We sail where we please, holding only the course the wind provides to us. Aye, that's the only way we can see the unseen, know the unknown. Captain Ford's-Gill, if I may. The Endeavor is the Guild's only ship of this magnitude, and if we, as you say, sail only where the wind pleases to take us, we may never ever return to this port. The Guild may not look favorably upon such liberal use of its property. My apologies for forgoing an introduction. Drastota. Sent from Fisherman's Guild to oversee this venture. Why am I here when the ship already has a captain, you ask?
Well, as you may already know, members of our trade, Master Wawalago and Captain Fordzigal included, seem to have difficulties managing time. I suppose the concept becomes something of an afterthought when one becomes so focused on the water's surface. Regardless, I am here to ensure the ship adheres to its schedule, both by managing its finances and ensuring new crew members board smoothly. The Endeavour shall embark upon a number of predetermined routes, each of which will have this port as its final destination. Rest assured, if you fail to join one voyage, the ship will return before long. The route we travel will be determined by our departure time, and you may speak with me if you wish to know the route before boarding. Pray bear in mind that we must keep a strict schedule. We cannot take on more crew members than we have begun boarding, and there are no exceptions to this rule, even for captains. Aye, I hear you. When we board the ship is when we get to the exciting part, fishing. Here, take these lures. They're certain to attract something worth displaying on your wall, or at the very least worth eating. Should be enough to last for one voyage at least. If you're looking for other kinds of bait, you can buy it here on the docks or on the ship. Try to switch up it now and then, because if you only use the same bait, then you're only going to keep catching the same fish. And that ain't what we do this, is it? And one last thing. While the Arsh Kota here may be in charge of particulars on land, well, once we're on the ship, it is my word you'll heed. So when I say we're fishing here, we're sailing there, I would hear no objections. As long as we're clear on that, I believe there will be bounteous fishing for all. And with that, the Endeavour is yours to board. If you wish to enter the ship, or if you would like a more detailed explanation of what it is we do, you only need to ask. Ocean fishing unlocked. You never will depart early, the number of members is just 24. Okay. Initiative aid of this attacks are not man-made yours. May take longer to register a bite, but they may be reused multiple times. Employ to land prey too large for a smaller bait. Cool. I have no intention of doing ocean fishing anytime soon, but cool. This is why I'm playing it this way, is that I really want to try to experience everything the game has to offer, and not just its story. Here are your herrings, man. There's nothing better than salted harbor herring. If or perhaps field harbor herring, or grilled. No, definitely salted. You know, in the yesteryears of my youth, I used to use every fish I yanked out to yield a bigger one. A good gamble until the game got gargantuan. I guess I got greedy. But where did you... Well, sometimes it's best to throw back the big ones. Good gods, what's a guildmaster got to do with garner of a grain of gratitude? Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable? I still the seas and snared everything that swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment if by everything that swam in them you meant fish and not lady divers. All I ever brought back were stories about cruising with trollops. But chauvinism is just a red herring. The harbor herring are what's important, namely the lesson of thinking from the perspective of the fish when selecting bait. In that regard, I can say you truly have the mind of a fish, so here is a treat. Some of it might seem like gibberish at first, but as you make observation and jot down notes, eventually all of it will be gibberish. Well, take some time to study up, but be careful not to fry your fish brain. You'll need it for your next lesson. Alright, bigger increase in gathering, it looks like. Alright. And with that, we are able to finally fucking focus on the Marauder quest. And once that one is done, on the main quest.
Actually, let me switch back to my actual job. Do I have any better gear? No. Okay. Work? Ha! Can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. You know, I'd wager me last gill you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Full wine. Well, you're right about the swell part. I reckon it might be worth the day of doing Stillwind's chores to afford me a taste of a proper grog. Where's the last layabout? Outside, maybe? Yeah. Ugh, how am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Breadsticks. What? Gods, how'd you know? It's my breath, ain't it? Probably smells as good as the food tasted. But I know why you're here. I'd just as soon get some real food in me, but I didn't want to reject the summons from the captain. Alright, before we do that... I need a miner. Before I move on to actually work on the blacksmithing, I think. Alright. Where are you? Let me actually just kill him with auto attack, so I have my my berserk still active. Alright. Okay. Before we go back to the guild. We go kill a bunch of mud crabs. Both with the Marauder and the Rogue. Oh, I said mud crabs. Those are in Skyrim. These are called megalo crabs. Oh shit, I did not mean to... I got a big boy too. Well, this is no bueno. I will kill this last one and then run away. Alright. Run away. Switch to Rogue. Back to stupid crabs. Alright. Switch to Marauder. Oh, I'm already equipped, I guess. Oh, I guess it just didn't register because it was still loading shit. Oof. What's up, Warden Zone?
Once again, your capacity for carnage has been tested and proven. The creatures you defeated, however, were merely some of the many base scavengers that subsist on the scraps left in the wake of Kujata's rampages. To face Kujata himself, you yet require far more training. But do not despair, Joanna. As Axe-Master and fellow Marauder, this I swear. I will not rest until I have taught you how to wring every last ounce of power from your weapon. Until the blade of your axe can slice cleanly through the thickest hide, the most nutted muscle, the densest bone. This menace will fall by your hand. No. Let's get the shoes, I think.
Alright. And with that, we'll teleport to Summerford Farms. Turn in this orange quest.
Buzz on the wind tells me you've done the deed. The only pest plaguing my orchard are those woeful whelps out of water. If only you could rid me of the parasitic pirates as you did the pesky pucks. You continue to impress, lass. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours, it's groomed out. I've let that worm wiggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt where all such worms belong.
And I think this will do it for now. I'm starting, my stamina's starting to fail me a little, and we're in the sanctuary, so we'll take a quick break. Maybe just a time for me to get dinner, maybe longer, maybe we won't stream again for today, but we'll see. In any case, thank you for watching. You can find me on twitch.tv/gameswithnick and youtube.com/gameswithnick. Make sure to follow me on Twitch and hit the bell to know when I go live with some bonus streams, especially if you're watching on Twitch. the Twitch archive of this. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe, and come check out my channel. I probably have streamed a bunch of 14 already, and it's gonna go live on YouTube as time goes by. But you can see where I'm currently at and what other games I'm currently streaming. So check me out. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.